All right. Coffee. All right, let's do this. Okay. This is day 1 of this 10-week challenge that I'm trying to do. All right, day 1 of the 10-week challenge. We're starting off with some aim labs. I want my favorites. Ripping some straight shot. Warm up a bit. Oh, these fucking little ones. I'm stinky. Big guy, big guy, big guy. Slow it down. Fuck! Ah, that's pretty soft. Don't hate that start. Hot copy. On again. All right. So I aim with my shoulder, with like I'm wrist aiming right now. Try arm aim. Let's try arm aiming. I can't even do arm aiming. Take one with the wrist. Yeah. Big balls. I love big balls. Hit the goddamn shots. Big balls. Can't hit big balls. This guy's got some slick moves. Little balls. Ah! Scared me. How do you even aim? Shoulder aim? No. Okay, I can do that. Wait, that might work. I gotta completely. Come on. Hit the freaking shot. Oh, that's wrist. I'm wristing. Quit dodging me. Hey! Get back here. Slowly decreasing. This one was my first one of the day. Oh, that was hot. But now I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart. Whoa. That was pretty solid. Not the best, but solid. We go again. Come on, I'm just clicking so erratically. These clicks aren't doing anything. I'm so bad. Fuck. Okay, is this today? 6/12? No. Can I see my results list laid out? Brother. Going again? My ball. Bro. Hit the little ball! Oh, that might have been the best one of the day. Going again. Hit the goddamn ball. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's keep these going. Bro, can't miss the big balls. See, that was a terrible click. I mean, all of these are terrible, but... How many have I done? Big balls, can't miss big balls. Big balls, can't miss big balls. Medium balls? was mean. Caw-caw! Yo. Where's one? Where's one? Jeez, with the small ball. Medium ball. Big ball. Can't miss the big balls. Come on. Get over here. Hey, shit. 60? Over 60? Alright, last one is straight. Yo, chill. Come on. Oh, I got the 7. All right. Next task. What is it? What is it? What is it? No. No. Too hard. Although I probably should do that. Good job. Whoa, what am I doing? Come on. Don't click that. great. Not great. What are you doing? So, fell apart at the end. Tripped at the finish line. Go again. It's the ideal sitting position. Please. Oh, there we go. That does something. Come on, what are you doing? Not great. Right into it. Already missing shots, not ideal. Come on, Tommy. To the fives. All right, let's try to go for 100% here. Let's not go for total score. Let's go for 100. A hundy. I should be going dead center of these, but I'm not. Okay, it's 100%. Do that again. even know what just happened there. God damn, dude. Nah, not bad. Do it again! Missing some crucial shots here. That. There, could have hit that. It's dumb. That, double click there. Shouldn't have done that. That. Come on. What are we doing? Oh, got on a little run there. Did something. Okay, baby. Sen akıyor sen now. keep blinking. Oh shit, was that the best one yet? I think it might have been. I think it might have been. 2 more? 3 more? Come on, hit any of them. Alright. Is there 1 more? 2 more? Fine. We go again. Hooah, hooah, hooah. Come on. Hit these fucking shots. Alright, that was pretty solid. We'll take that last one. Alright, let's play some Apex. Let's play some Apex. Derp. Let's play some Apex. Gotta figure that one out. you know about me? What you know about me? Game taking. Oh. Oh wait, what? Come on. This is fun. Oh, what the hell is this? What just happened? New follower? Ah, shit. Oh! What is the highest? 60? Almost there. Fucking keyboard. Ouchie, ouch. Let's go, team. Always gotta team up.
Focus, fight, win.
It's a pretty big ash right there.
Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two.
Oh, we got a support. We got a support team. A lot of support here.
Either you're with me or you're against me.
I'm gonna support
or you're
you.
with me and against me, because that happens sometimes.
I don't know.
This is your champion.
All these guys stink. We got them. Get those comms flowing. Get those comms flowing.
This might be
I
a good
like
place
tree
to
here.
go.
What do we think here,
do I know?
people? Tree. Hold on. Oh, we got it. We got it. Oh, we're going hot. I even like it even more. Hot drop, hot drop. No teams? What the hell? Not what I wanted. But I'll take it. Oh shit, baby. Skirt in. Yeah, I'll do that. Although I don't know how to use it. Nemi. Hey, whoa.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory. It smells kind of like... It's like what I have for dinner. Whatever.
R99 or... I think I'm gonna rock the 99. I'm looking for a lift.
My ultimate's good to go.
Yeah!
Extended sniper mag
I'm
here.
coming over.
Level 2.
Evo
Here I
harvesters are now available.
Uh-oh, Dancer's AFK, not ideal. Playing down a man for a bit here.
I'm so good. Shot a cargo bot.
They do that. Yeah.
We're all inside the
Back here. Level 3. I think this place needs a little more. Me. Got one spotted.
Yeah, they're off at a distance.
Attention. This is a new kill leader.
A new kill leader. We have our target. I'm under fire.
Attention. Delivering.
I think this place needs a little more. Me. Yeah.
fasten your sugar.
What do we want to do here, team? They're pushing in? They're here, they're here.
And bam goes the boozle. Ha. Oh boy.
I'm going up top. Ping if you can, ping if you can.
Finding them. Caught like a rat in a trap.
Attention. The champion.
Bamboozles for the fools. That was better in my mind.
The champ tearing through reality.
Why? Why?
I'm under fire.
You're by yourself, kid.
I shattered an enemy ship. I've been downed. Unacceptable.
Not ideal, buddy. I don't think we push this,
You
dancer.
know it just us. We got to watch each other's back.
How about this way?
Oh, they're fighting over there. Maybe we can push it.
Target spotted.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Pay attention. Let's defend here.
Heard. Climb that kid.
Extended heavy mag here.
Right here.
Level 3. Yeah, I could use that.
Syringe here.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Take it from the medic. You wanna use it.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Hang on, I'm cracked. I picked up our teammate's banner.
Respawn beacon.
Stop when I respawn beacon. I'm spotted. Taking fire.
Dumas.
Mobile respawn beacon here. I'll take her out.
I took a moment to sharpen my blade.
Dang, looks like it's just us. Send in a decoy. Okay, wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy? This dream within a dream stuff.
Replicator.
Replicator here.
This will bind them. Got them. I should have run faster. Enemy field cracked.
I have a banner. Someone's getting his squad back.
The champion has proved unworthy of the name.
Hey, I leveled up. Today's got extra supplies here. Don't need to thank me.
I shattered an enemy's shield. Reloading. What a pitiful squad. Even killing them was dull. I've been downed. Unacceptable.
Shoot to the rescue. Relax. I got everything under control. Getting shot at. I'm down. You got bamboozled.
Don't do it. No, don't do it. Damn it.
Give him my shield. Bamboozles for the foolsels. It works. It rhymes. 10 seconds to ring closes. Maybe stop talking to yourself and go. I have the banner. Someone's getting his squad back.
Fuck!
It was your job to get your squad home.
Who's ass?
Looks like you failed the mission. Hostile. Danger close.
Kill leader eliminated. Attention, delivering package.
Optics here. Extended light magazine here. Level 2. Ammo up. We're not the first ones
Found an
there.
enemy out there. Jump tower over there. Time to fly.
Media requests. Let viewers play music and videos on your stream. Oh.
Any reason to use stream elements instead of they're better.
Sure, I enabled it.
Yeah, you're good.
Stream elements did a fucking great job.
I love stream elements.
So, what does this actually
Boys,
mean?
there's like other programs, okay, and then there's stream elements.
Is Elements paying for people to switch over to them?
Stream elements. I need to watch a stream elements YouTube video. Rego my ego. Let's see, what do I have? What do tigers dream of when they take a little tiger snooze? Do they dream of mauling zebras or Halle Berry in a Catwoman suit? Don't you worry, your cozy tiger head, I'm gonna get you back to Tyson in your cozy tiger bed. Convoy?
I'm Jumpmaster. I'll pick the party spot.
I think we're going hot here, fellas.
Hey, maybe we land here. Or maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever. This is the best part.
Let's get active. Oh, Daddy. What? Oh boy.
Bam goes the boozle.
Let's go over there. Down the cargo bot. They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Ping, ping, ping.
Shot at.
Ring countdown.
Get shot at. Recharging.
I can't hit a goddamn shot.
1 minute.
Send in a decoy. Okay, wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy?
Caught. Like a rat in a trap.
You got bamboozled.
Delivering thermite. Need to recharge my shields. 45 seconds in the nearby.
I've been saying.
One knock, one knock.
Put him out with a decoy.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
And then we're gonna find a best friend, Doug. Dougie, 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 Dougie. New York City. is this? 3 East 40th? Maps. Oh, oh hell yeah, team, hell yeah. Oh, it's hot, it's hot.
Enemy landed close to me. Must be my raw magnetism.
Target landed near me. Bold move. And fatal.
Sending out my decoy. This weapon is enhanced, beautiful, dangerous.
What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Round one.
Get out there and bamboozle.
Countdown.
Opening fire.
I'm under
There we go.
You got bamboozled. Hey, another squad coming in.
Fuck! Suck!
Void jumping.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Champion made a poor choice. We should go here. Need to recharge my shields.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader.
Patching myself up. This won't hurt. Hold on.
Alright, thank you.
My shields are low. Better recharge them. Recharging shields.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Sending out another me. Damn, it's good looking.
Failing.
You got bamboozled. Reloading.
Reloading. I downed an enemy. Enemy taken out.
Reloading.
Being delivered.
Check it out. Care package coming in. Reloading.
I'm poopy.
Bam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy. You got bamboozled.
Another squad attack. Focus.
I leveled up.
Void jumping.
Fuck!
I'm down.
I'm so bad.
Kill leader. Getting shot at. They try to destroy me, but I keep coming back.
Alright.
I'm under another down.
Better to have friends at your funeral.
upgrade should help.
Do your thing, baby G. Do your thing. Holy shit. We're coming back. Here we go.
The ring's closing in 1.
I took a moment to sharpen my blade.
Here I come, Murad.
Need to recharge my shields. Optics here. Close range. 45 seconds. Can you reach the ring in that time? Got this weapon enhanced.
Good.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. I hear targets this way, and I have 20/20 hearing.
Just kidding.
Wait, that's for touch, right? Or taste? Dang it.
Same.
My ultimate's good to go.
In progress.
Voila, extra supplies right here. Ring's moving.
Care package being delivered.
Check it out. Care package coming.
Enhanced my weapon.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does.
Ow. Fire that. Go, we gotta go.
Care package over there. Get to bamboozling.
Man. Oh, we got plus RP.
Let's check out that way. check out that way. Ah, never mind. Sorry.
Crafting, but keep
I'm
me
gonna go for
focused.
this package.
Loot
Might be
bin
dumb move,
restocking
I now have an
complete.
enhanced weapon.
Whatever.
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. Care package over there.
Heard that. Heal, heal, heal. Think there's enemies in the area.
Mirage to the max. Cause I got to max level. Was that clear? I played with the rhythm a little bit.
Over there.
Never tell. Picked an upgrade that'll make everyone totes gels. Helmet here. Level 4.
Need to retry. Thanks.
Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
This weapon is
Sniper
enhanced.
ammo here. We gotta protect that spot, folks.
Hostile spotted. Looking for some loot here. Shield battery here.
Bam to the bam. I'm running out of ideas.
Warning. Loot movement in progress.
Alrighty, in the next ring. I smell victory. That smells like pork chops.
Shield battery here.
Care package incoming.
Get the bamboozling.
Care package over there. Pretty sure we're not alone here.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
We're dead center here. We
Enemy
should
over
just chill.
Someone's got a shot on me. Pretty sure.
Reloading.
Only 2 other squads left.
Oh, bro, you're pushing?
Charging shields.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Good. We're inside.
Go back.
Taking fire.
You got bamboozled.
Down.
Just relax. I got everything under control.
Taking shots.
Bam to the woozle. Yeah, sitting out of the way.
Backing up, backing up, backing up. Fuck! Yeah, you just gotta run, bro. Just run. Leg it!
Warning. Ring closing.
Yes, I'm inside the next ring.
Oh, you're crazy.
Picked up our teammate's banner.
You're crazy,
I
dude.
made
You're
the right
crazy.
choices. I'm at max level.
You only picked up one
Deploying
banner, though.
drone beacon.
You only picked up one. You only picked up one banner. You only have one banner. Bro!
Picked up our teammate's banner.
Thank you. How the hell do I have 2 kills? I don't have 2 kills. There we go.
One squad left. Up your weapon.
do this.
Leroy Jenkins.
Go Bazumbo. Full up. You got bamboozled.
I did jack shit there. What the? Don't deserve that win.
You are the Apex champions.
Here they go.
Check the score, kids. I ranked up.
Here they go. Oh, right into another one.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time we do some fighting.
Something's whispering in your ear, distracting you. Silence it.
This is your champion.
I'd watch out for my squad if I were you.
Not me. Hot drop, hot drop.
Jumpmaster here. You think my buddies and I aren't afraid of heights? This is the best part. I think we should move that way.
Hot drop, because I need to poop.
Close to me.
Oh my
Must be
god.
my
Oh my wrong.
rheumatism.
How did I not pick that up?
Go faster!
Thank you. I love the bolts.
I shattered an enemy's shield. Down that one. Enemy shield cracked. They will hunt them down. Unacceptable. Taking fire! I'm down. No bueno.
Mirage here to save the day.
Fuck!
I'm down.
Can't sprint.
Attention.
Ultimate's up.
Evo harvesters are online.
Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
Give me my shield to recharge.
Oh, we gotta go.
Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking. Already in the next ring, I smell victory. Smells like decoy escape. You got bamboozled. Give him my shield to recharge. I'm down. This upgrade's made me stronger, faster, and chiseleder. Is a word. I'm so chiseled.
Poop time.
We meet at last, my arch enemy, the greatest warrior that. Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought you were someone else.
leveled up. Time to perfect a skill. I've elevated my skills. Target here.
I got a bad guy.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Bad guy over there.
Round 2, beginning ring countdown. Attention, delivering replicator.
Enemy spotted. He looks small.
Enemy at that location. Let's regroup there. Target spotted, far off. Enemy far off. Target acquired here.
Alright, so I've come to the conclusion that I'm just not getting enough gunfights. Well, I'm not good enough to get enough gunfights yet. So we gotta switch it up. Got to switch it up.
We do not deserve.
Very cool. Yeah, look at that emote. Look at that. Cracking the knuckles. Call me Mr. Knuckles. Okay, what do I want? A little Nemi action? Boach? Boach? I think I'll do the Boach. Nah, wait, how do I... Oh wait, and then, yeah.
Capture this zone. That zone is now ours.
Giving my shields a recharge.
See through the veil.
What the tits? Where the fuck am I getting shot from? I can't even see that shit. Hold this G down. What the fuck? Damn, son. I got yapped.
We neutralized the zone. Good work. Recharging shields. Got a zone.
Yo, ass. I'm ass.
Zone B has been captured.
Thermite grenade out. Giving my shields a recharge.
Making use of a void nexus. Neutralize the zone.
I got popped there. We're gonna do this.
My void nexus was ruined by some enemy.
Bro, I got fucked. Spawn please.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Zone B captured.
They got a zone. That's a bad thing.
Always ready with the fallback.
Back the veil.
Hold on, recharging shields. Bring out the gate.
My friend.
Get to the void nexus. Bring out the gate.
My kill.
Recharging shields.
Bro! I suck! Oh, I did get a kill. That's what's up. That's what's up. Can you go? What's the deal here? Oh, I can't use it like that.
I'm recharging my shields. Giving my shields a recharge. I am back. Precisely before your nexus. Mission goals.
Fuck! That sucks. Please spawn, thank you.
Working through at the gate.
Beyond the veil.
Fallback plan all set.
Who's ready to fly on a zipline?
Laying down the gate.
Arc star out.
Oh! They destroy it?
Shields a recharge.
They destroyed my Jimmy game? Oh, what the? Who the fuck? Give me a replay on that. Where are you? How did I not see it? Respawn, please.
Cutting a phase tear.
Yo, I stank.
Let's put
Go,
you in
please.
caught like a rat in a trap.
Recharging shields.
I have returned. Only a fool.
Breaking a gate.
Go back through it, you bitch! Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Let's regroup here. Tearing through reality.
Come on, you bitch! Alright, this is not ideal. Gun run?
Battery? Check. Vitals? Check. Mostly stable.
When this road ends,
We have a saying
I'll be
back home.
calling the champ.
Don't lose, Sparrow.
Base Sonic what? Blah, 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 blah.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Why have I not played Gunner before? That was a bad gate. Where the fuck? Why can't I see shit?
Recharging my shield. Don't worry about me.
Oh, I have
Check it out,
played.
I'm scanning for enemies.
Placing a gate.
Bullseye. Enemy track.
Setting a tracker. Bullseye. Enemy track.
Throwing out the gate.
Oh, god damn it. Oh boy. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's clear you lack both.
Enemy there.
Tracker out, I'm scanning for enemies.
Enemy here.
Oh my god, I suck. What the fuck? Yeah, alright. Okay. Space Sonic solos Goku no diff, whatever the fuck that means. Oh yeah, baby. That's what's up. Hey, suck me. How about that? That's 2, baby. That's 2.
Back for the mess. You can avoid nexus.
Come on, you little bitch. Yo. Yo. I'm better than you. I'm better than you.
Setting a gateway.
Yeah, sucks.
As your blade. It's clear you lack both.
Refund, please.
For any
Oh man, I'm poopy, dude.
for any crashes.
Don't worry about me.
Oh, come on. Fuck!
Shields recharging.
Yes!
Recharge your shield.
Okay. Oh. Shit talking. Go, dude.
You are the Apex Champions.
Eventually, everything falls apart.
Getting a little hungry.
I'll be there to play with the pieces.
Been ready for this from the moment I tasted Sky.
T-Dome. It was a pretty hectic T-Dome, not gonna lie.
I was
Thunderdome. Gun run.
Where are we going, y'all? Cyborg, I'll go towards you. Oh, my boy. What the fuck? Come on.
Time to bind you.
Oh my god! I'm at! Yo, Sergeant Slaughter. Carry me. Oh, you fuck! I don't know his maps. I don't know where it is.
Pitiful, allowing themselves to be caught.
Recharging shields.
Yo, I'm better than you. Oh man, I got a kill though. I got a kill. That's hot. That's hot.
This blood sport really changes a girl.
Cue that, bitch. Alright, technical kill.
Allowing themselves to be caught.
Ready to fall back. We two win. Hold on. Recharge your shields.
Come on, get the kill.
Early and disappointing me.
A dare to give us an edge.
This team?
Attention. Tiger Squad is near victory.
Recharging shield. Charging up my shield.
Setting a gate.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Gate.
Fuck you! I suck! I suck! Alright. Get to the lobby. Team death. I mean, it's gonna be the best one. I don't need this.
You come for my team, I'll hunt you down.
Hone your minds to a razor's edge. You made the right choice this time.
Yep, there's the wild loop. Okay, that's dumb.
Tracker set and ready to gather intel. Tracker dart out. Opponent down. Attack. Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Come on, fucking sprint.
Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Attention. Delivering care package. Sponsored by
I'm
Shadow.
recharging my shields.
You're in view of the enemy.
Out.
Allowing themselves to be caught.
Need to recharge my shield.
I have returned. Only a fool would consider me best.
I'm recharging my shields. Bullseye. Enemy. Enemy here.
Need to recharge my shield.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Racing.
Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
Recharging my shields. Oh, jumping.
What? I fucking switched my guns. What the fuck? Alright, I want to switch my gun. Specialist, please. Sentinel, bye bye.
I'm recharging my shields. Tracker out. I'm scanning for enemies. Stinger incoming.
No, come on. I got that. Okay.
I'm back. Did you not see that coming?
I'm recharging my shields. Opponent down. Tracked.
What the fuck?
They can't keep me down. I've seen how this ends. Boy jumping.
Being delivered.
I'm so bad. I think I need to go into the range, maybe.
Follow the tunnel.
Chucking a thermite grenade.
Oh, fuck you.
Fastlane if you can't keep up.
Care package being delivered.
I'm back. Did you not see that coming?
Hey, Stinger income. Opponent found and tracked.
Thermite grenade out.
Ah, I knew that was gonna happen. What am I doing? So bad.
They will be found.
Recharging my shield.
What the dickhole's going on? Where am I? Blue off.
Bonds aren't easily broken.
Need to recharge my shields.
Ooh. Getting a shot. Alright. Don't care, don't care. 15. This boy is doing all the work.
Boom. Tracker set.
I mean,
Tracker down.
all.
I'll scan the tracker.
I should just hit the practice range. I think we got to switch here. Why can I not exit the game? Okay. Got some pizza. Let's do our courseworks. No, do our Coursera. Is it Coursera? No, it's Udemy. Mm-hmm. What's going on here? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to be creating our first C++ class and recompiling the editor from Visual Studio Code. So at the end of the day, you will have a C++ class that you can locate in your content drawer and a Visual Studio Code project that you can open and compile. Let's dive in and see how. So now that we have all of our tooling in place, it's time to start creating some C++ classes. Now, before we do that, we need to switch our default editor so that we can use Visual Studio Code by default.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what project I'm working on right now. Okay. Oh, there we go. Sure. Jet. Don't have enough space. Oh, I was in aim lab the entire time? Now we want game development. Done. Category, game development. Save. All right. Install 5.6. Yes. The fuck is Quixel Bridge? Do I have World of Warcraft downloaded? Do have World of Warcraft. Open Shot. What is this? Overwolf, Curseforge. Watching Lupo.
To $150 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Kid, that's true. Which I do like. I do like that a lot. We will overcome. True. True. Will we be playing the Switch too much? What game or games if so? Mario Kart World. We unlock mirror mode. I have almost all of the skins for the characters unlocked. I think there's like one set left that I'm assuming you have to get a specific way. Because it's not from the food bags, I don't think. Hey, B. Thanks for 3 years. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Banana Phone, Scobre, Uncle Chuck, Fear, just everybody across the board. Thank you guys for your subs, re-ups and memberships. Junior Curiosity, I know you mentioned sending people a message letting them know to reach out when they're comfy playing with you, but has anyone done so yet? No, and that's okay, Franklin. That's not, I mean, some people have responded, but not anything about playing, so I'm fine riding solo, bud. Because ultimately I should be entertaining enough to maintain that without having to have somebody else prop me up, you know what I mean? That's okay.
ML7's playing Overwatch?
William, thank you for 5 gifted.
We'll watch that.
Appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Please.
That's about it. Okay, let's keep on playing, Bob. Baptiste. Ooh, TP. Thank you.
Baptiste.
What if breaking the stand, the microphone drops, and bro, just think of the positive outcomes, okay? Oh, the point. 3 point just woke up. Oh, what? I shifted with my HP! That's something I don't understand. My HP, I shifted. Ignore the animation, the cooldown started. The effect should have been there. You know what? I want supports to get like the same stuns that tanks have. That's what I want to see. I like to see that. Let me just walk up.
Blizzard, what is it called?
What the hell? That's weird. Okay, long. Go. Bro, I was playing so much Baptiste, but it hasn't been like meta, I feel like, for so long. I gotta get in the rhythm of this. Bro. I want the perk. When Windows up, I heal a bit extra. Blue Argy.
Oh, come on.
This meta right now? No, but I'm trying to push the narrative, so. No, I'm seeing like a lot of OWCS players Loken Baptiste to try to force him. Especially against Orisa. Nice.
What is it? What?
Good window. Yeah, I don't know. Ogi was just there. So that spear launched at me. Very nice. You're gonna have Orisa, right?
Why is it 0
See
seconds
the future.
remaining? Okay, question mark, question mark. We can stop watching this. Let's see. We'll close these down. Why isn't this downloading? I don't want to do that. An unknown error occurred. Hey, hey, don't stop. Okay, so it's 84%, but 0 seconds remaining. That makes sense. Firefox is using shit on me. All right, we're gonna close the Fox down. Fuck it. Resume. Resume. Don't stop. What is the issue here, yeah? This is not so good. Yeah. All right. Clearly something's getting hung here. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi. Let's do. Let's do. Oh, fuck. Still says 0 seconds remaining. What did I do wrong? The storage? What do we got in there? You know what? It stopped right when I opened Battle.net. I was getting a little antsy. Shouldn't have done that. Move down in queue. Fuck, what am I doing? Oh, there we go. We're doing something. Fuck, what am I doing? Good to know. Good to know. All right, we're reading. We're reading. Read, 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 read. No ride yet, but reading. Oh yeah, we're flying through this. Fuck. What do I just click on? Ooh, this looks nice. What is my count? I don't know. Okay. The fuck is ArtStation? Oh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Still reading. Skills. C++. Still reading. Still reading. What is this? Upgraded Pro. Go back to the site. Fucking this shit goes to a goddamn website too. Check out $0. Let's get this shit. $200 of content for $0. Very cool. Yes. Hell yeah, we're in. All right. Wow. Oh wait. Udemy. Yes.
Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to be creating our first C++ class and recompiling the editor from Visual Studio Code. So at the end of the day, you will have a C++ class that you can locate in your content drawer and a Visual Studio Code project that you can open and compile. Let's dive in and see how. So now that we have all of our tooling in place, it's time to start creating some C++ classes. Now, before we do that, we need to switch our default editor so that we can use Visual Studio Code by default. Now, the place to do this is in the editor preferences rather than in the project preferences, so it is a global setting across your entire editor. So we go to the edit menu.
I'm not in there yet. I'm not in there yet, dog. 72% loading default modules, dog. See, oh, we're pushing this one. Let's do simulation or pretty cool. Let's do new one, new project. This is OneDrive, sure. Delete later. I do new? No? Blank? C++.
Down to editor.
The tip is already 70% You can close Steam. You can close Spotify. Oh boy. Holy tits. We're hung. Doing too many things at once. CPU is still at 100% because we are using Unreal. You're a pawn. Oh my gosh. Wait, how do I move around here again? Dude, there's a lot going on here. There we go. And holy shit, this is massive. I can't handle it. Alright, so we're doing it. what else is using it? What is that? What happens if I just do this? Nope, we don't want to do that. Should we shut our system down? NVIDIA containers? I don't think. I think we're just waiting on this. We'll just wait and see. Selling package 2 of 93. My gosh. That is quite a few packages. Kick back and relax here, huh? Well, there we go. CPU's coming down. Skoden, Skoden. There we go. All right. We're up and running. Let's try to do this Udemy. Udemy. My learning. Angela, you are dead. C++ project.
Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to be creating our first C++ class and recompiling the editor from Visual Studio Code. So at the end of the day, you will have a C++ class that you can locate in your content drawer and a Visual Studio Code project that you can open and compile. Let's dive in and see how. So now that we have all of our tooling in place, it's time to start creating some C++ classes. Now, before we do that, we need to switch our default editor so that we can use Visual Studio Code by default. Now, the place to do this is in the editor preferences rather than in the project preferences, so it is a global setting across your entire editor. So we go to the Edit menu, down to Editor Preferences, that pops up this tab here, and then we're going to look in the left-hand pane at General, and then Source Code, and under there, there's basically one option, which is our source code editor. Now, on a PC, this will default to Visual Studio 2022. On a Mac, it will default to Xcode. We want to go ahead and change this setting so that we're all on the same page and using Visual Studio Code. When you do that, a little...
No. I want Visual Studio. This is fine. And this is good. Why?
Pop-up shows up saying, hey, this setting requires that you restart the editor. So let's go ahead and restart it now. And I do encourage you to go ahead and do this and follow along with me and restart the editor while you're watching the rest of the next steps. So now we don't need our editor preferences tab, so we can close that down. What we want to do is create our first class. Now, the class we're going to create is going to be for a moving platform that we're going to program in C++. So the place that we go to create a new C++ class is to the Tools menu and then New C++ class here. So we click on that, brings up a new class.
Chill, bruh. Waiting for texture resources to be ready for landscape name landscape. Okay, what the fuck?
Wizard, and this is going to automatically create some of the code for us to get us started. Now, we want to create an actor because we're going to be placing and then new C++ class here. So we click on that, brings up a new class wizard, and this is going to automatically create some of the code for us to get us started. Now, we want to create an actor because we're going to be placing this in the world as a moving platform. There's a few different options we could have theoretically, but for simplicity's sake, we're going to start off with creating an actor. Then we can click on the next button, and we want to give our actor a name. So my actor is a really rubbish name for this. We are going to be calling it moving platform, and I'm going to type it like this with a capital M, moving, and then a capital P for platform. And that, because there's no spaces allowed in the names of classes in C++, this simply allows us to easily pick out the different words by using a capital letter to start each word. So you can easily see that it's moving platforms and not anything else. Then we can leave it in the default location. We can leave everything else as a default and just click Create Class. This is going to go through the process of generating all of the code and setup we need for C++, because up till now this project has simply been a blueprint-only project, but now it's gone ahead and added all the things it needs to be a C++ and blueprint project. You can see that there's this message will pop up that says, your project now includes sources. Please close the editor and build from your IDE. What is an IDE? Well, IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment, and for
well, the tits isn't this showing up? Oh, there we go. I don't even know what's going on right now. Quick restart disabled when re-instancing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, what am I doing? Where am I? Where am I? Successfully linked patch. I have no idea what this is doing. Finished. Okay.
For all intents and purposes, that just means our source code editor. So what it means is we want to open up the C++ in Visual Studio Code. So we click OK to that. And then the next thing that pops up here is it's saying successfully added, moving platforms, but you must recompile. Would you like to open the code editor now? Well, you should say yes, but I'm just going to show you what happens if you accidentally close this message down by mistake. So we're just going to say no. It leaves us here in the editor. And you'll notice if you go to your content browser, it hasn't added any C++ in here yet. And we'll see what that looks like in just a second. But what you can do if you forgot or didn't open the editor at that point is you can go back to your Tools menu and click here. There is an Open Visual Studio Code option. Now, it's important to note that in recent versions, we also have to click the Refresh Visual Studio Code project every time we add a new class. This doesn't happen automatically for us at the moment. And then you can go on to click the Open Visual Studio Code project button after that. And if you didn't have this option here either, or you had to close the editor or whatever, you can also go to your project in. Have to click the Visual Studio Code option in just a second. But what you
Why is this? Oh my gosh.
project every time we add a new class. This doesn't happen automatically for us at the moment. And then you can go on to click the Open Visual Studio Code project button after that. And if you
Yeah, what am I doing? None of this shit's working. Fuck you.
Project every time we add a new class. This doesn't.
How did this just... Oh my... It's this? I hate you.
Project every time we add a new class. This doesn't happen automatically for us at the moment, and then you can go on to click the Open Visual Studio Code Project button after that. And if you didn't have this option here either, or you had closed the editor or whatever, you can also go to your project in Windows Explorer or Finder, and you can find the .code workspace file. That is the one that you can open, and that will go ahead and open with Visual Studio Code, or you may need to choose to open it in Visual Studio Code, and then this is what you'll end up with. You can see we have got, by default, this terminal will not be open for you, so let's just close that down. And what you will see is there will be two tabs available here, potentially two tabs. They may not be open for you, but you'll have a Explorer on the left showing you all the files in your project. You'll have maybe some code open in the center. It doesn't matter at this stage. We will get to understanding Visual Studio Code a lot more later on. The main thing we want to use it for right now is to recompile our editor binary. So to do that, let's first close down our editor. It doesn't actually have to be closed to do this, but we might as well close it now. And then we need to go to the terminal menu up at the top for Visual Studio Code, then go down to Run Build Task, and you can see that there is an associated shortcut which we'll be using later on. So make note of what this is on your platform. For me, it's Control-Shift-B. I'm going to click that option. And then what you want to do, you can see I've got a
Ah, fuck. I might as well just start from the beginning. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, after this, delete, 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 reboot, reboot. We're almost there.
Is that what you think?
That's what I was thinking, yeah, for the last few weeks.
With whom? And during that stand-up live in Austin, you talk. Remember the Titans? You remember that? Yeah. Would you be Coach Boone or Coach Yost? I'm more of Coach Boone. Yeah. It's a shame what happened to Jerry. Paralyzed from the waist down. If you play blackjack, she can't walk. So you strapped her upside down to a refrigerator, darling. I wasn't going to try and carry her by her ankles for $6. So I'm assuming you don't have a car. How can I keep her upside down in a car? Okay, look, keeping somebody upside down like this, barring certain yoga positions, is very dangerous. So I suggest that we... No, you can't. You kill her.
He's right. If you turn me right side up, I'll die again.
Actually, which is surprising. How long has she been upside in this position?
Half an hour, maybe?
Hannah, I'm going to lay you down flat so that I can better assess what's going on.
No, you can't. You kill her. No. This shop owner's gutters were getting clogged.
The shop owner's gutters are getting clogged.
going in. Go drink a couple crab pots that have been soaking. Look at the size of that. Big old Alaskan red crab. Big weighs about what?
Message
2-3
log.
pounds? There's one downside. We're really close to the edge of the ice. To give you an idea of how close we are to the edge, that's our crab pot, and right back there is my tent.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm just wasting time right now. Alright, we are going to... Let's see if we go back here.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be making a little bit of a platformer by having a look at how we can add new objects into our level, how we can position them, rotate them, scale them, and all that good stuff.
I think we'll start from Obstacle Assault.
Hello and welcome to the Obstacle Assault section. This is the first section. We are going to be building a game using C++ in Unreal, and the output product is going to be this. At least this is my prototype of the output, which is a obstacle course that you can navigate across. If we go ahead and play the game, we can see what it looks like. We've got ourselves a cool looking character, some moving platforms and various assets, and we have got these obstacles that we have to avoid. They push us off the cliff if we don't get past them fast enough. We've got these Fall Guys inspired rotating platforms that we have to try and traverse, and then this little sweeper here that tries to push us out of the way, and once we get through, we get to the goal and to the temple, presumably to steal something. So let's break this down in terms of what we're going to learn. So a bit of an action plan. First of all, we're going to create a project and bring some assets in, so that cool looking guy and the various mountains and blocks that we're going to be using. Then we're going to take a little bit of a detour for about 5 lectures or so on installing the various tools we need for C++ and figuring out how we can compile our C++ to run it in the editor. We're going to learn some C++ basic syntax and figure out how to do very simple things in C++. And we're going to use that to make a platform that moves. Not backwards and forwards, but just moves initially, and we'll keep going for as long as we leave it. And then we're going to configure our moving platform, so we can say, how fast should it be, and then we're going to work on sending that platform back, so we can have a platform that moves backwards and forwards, a classic moving platform. And finally, we're going to add rotation, so that we can add in those little rotating platform puzzle elements as well. So through the course of this section, what are we going to learn? Well, we're going to look at functions, variables, and branches, again, except this time we're going to see how we do this using C++ syntax. We're going to create our very own actor in C++, like we've done in Blueprint, but this time in C++. We're going to look at the uniqueness of C++ code structure and how that pans out for our programming. We're going to look at C++ compilation, a process of turning code into binary the machine can execute, and how we can do this easily without restarting the editor using Unreal's live coding system. We're going to link Blueprint to C++ so we can use the best of both worlds, and we're going to learn how to be setting our own custom character classes so that we can play using not just the standard assets included for us in a template. So lots of fun stuff to learn and great. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be bringing in some asset packs and creating our project so that we have our own level and our own third-person character, as you can see here, this mannequin character here, brought into the level ready to get going. Let's dive in and see how we can get these. So in this section, we're going to be using a couple of asset packs. The first one here is the Unreal Learning Kit for Games, which you can see has a bunch of cool cartoony modular assets that we can use to put together and make our own game. It also has a character, but we're not going to be using this character. I'm going to be choosing to use this other character from the permanently free collection called the Stylized Character Kit, Casual 1, and this is by Rocket Arts, and they've made this absolutely awesome looking character that just works when you put it into Unreal, and you can choose all sorts of different skins to put on it if you like. I think this character just makes the game really pop, and there's lots more paid versions of characters, but this is one of the best free ones available in the marketplace at the time of making this course. So what you'll need to do to go ahead and get these assets is, first of all, follow the links in the resources against this lecture to open these up in your browser. Sign in with your Epic Games account. You will click on either the free or the buy now button, which will take you through a checkout process, which won't require you to actually pay any money. And when that is done, these will become available in the library tab under the Vault section. And you locate these too. Now, the first thing to note is that with the learning kit, there's a slightly different process. You don't bring this into an existing project, you use it to create a project from scratch. So that's what we're going to do. Click the Create Project. And they may need to download the assets for you to do this, and you need to choose the closest version to the version that you're using. In my case, it doesn't have a 5.0 version yet, so we're going to use an older version and then upgrade it. So we're going to use 4.27 to start with, and then we're going to name the project, which in my case is Obstacle Assault. And it's important to note that this name can only contain standard ASCII characters, so only basic English characters without accents or umlauts or other kind of diacritics over them. And then we're going to choose where we're going to put this. And I already have a folder set aside for this. We can go ahead and set it in there and go ahead and create your project. And once it's done that, it's going to show up inside your selected folder here, and you can see that there is in there a U project file that we could open. But we want to switch the version so that it doesn't open up with. And once it's done that, it's going to show up a folder over them. And then we're going to choose where we're going to put this. And I already have a folder set aside for this. We can go ahead and set it in there and go ahead and create your project. And once it's done that, it's going to show up inside your selected folder here, and you can see that there is in there a U project file that we could open. But we want to switch the version so that it doesn't open up with the 4.27 version that I selected. So I'm going to right click on the U project, go to the show
Fuck, where did this go? In documents? Okay, no, we're gonna create.
more options. Switch Unreal Engine version. Version that I selected. So I'm going to right click on the U project, go to the show more options, switch Unreal Engine version. And then from this drop down, I can select 5.0 and click OK. Now,
I don't have 5.6 installed. I have. Oh yeah, I did.
If I go ahead and double click the U project, it's going to convert it and open it up in Unreal.
Hey.
5. Now you'll see that straight away it opens up into a level that showcases all the assets that we've got available.
This is going to take an hour.
Hey, remember that time we traded our franchise cornerstone to a West Coast team for no reason and alienated our entire fan base? Of course I do. That was a...
Listen. Listen closely. Listen.
Look, we banging, put the guns down. Put yours down first. 3, 1, 2, 3. You want to try it again? 1.
V equals
equals 8. Any question? Yes, in the back.
Yeah, we were just wondering. Do you know who else's C equals 8?
Well, actually, yes, I do. It's my mom. See?
Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, we're...
available to us. And I'd actually like to use this level as a starting point for building out from, so that we have the assets to hand and we can drag them about and copy and paste them. So I don't want to actually be doing this within the level itself. I want to make a copy of it. To do that, we can go to File and Save Current Level As. Then
File and Save Current Level As. Main.
and go to the root of the content folder, and I'm going to call my level main and hit save. Now that we're using a different level, the main level, we need to set that as the default startup editor level, which we've done before. We go to our settings cog in the toolbar.
Settings cog in the toolbar. This is the outliner. Where is the settings cog? Settings cog. I'm just gonna give this a second. We're just gonna let this catch up. Oh, there we go. We're in. All right. Bro, where's your settings? File.
Project setting.
My boy. I would like to access my project settings, please. Okay. Unreal Engine project settings. Edit project settings. There we go.
Then we look for maps and modes, and under default maps, we switch both of them, the editor default to the main and the game default to main as well. so that when next time we open up the editor, it will automatically default to our level and not the one from the starter kit. Now, I don't want the starting point of our game to be this messy little island in the clouds here, so I'm going to zoom right out, and if you want to move faster as you zoom, remember that it is scrolling up that makes you move faster, and you can see there's this little island behind it. I think I'm going to use this as a base for us to start from, and I want to place our character in here, but I haven't brought the character into the project yet, so that is going to be a challenge for you. And not the one from the starter kit. Now, I don't want the starting point of our game to be this messy little island in the clouds here, so I'm going to zoom right out, and if you want to move faster as you zoom, remember that it is scrolling up that makes you move faster, and you can see there's this little island.
Whoa.
Behind it, I think I'm going to use this as a base for us to start from, and I want to place our character in here, but I haven't brought the character into the project yet, so that is going to be a challenge for you. So I'd like you to import the character pack, download the asset pack, import it into our new project, see if you can find the third-person blueprint within that new folder that it creates. It's usually under a blueprint folder, that's the hint there, and see if you can place that blueprint into the scene on one of the islands. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to scroll on down in our library tab to where we have the stylized character and click add to project.
Okay, wait, so we're gonna go to... Fuck you. Where's this shitbag hole? Not open. Unreal Engine. We're gonna go to the game's launcher, please. Libri. We'll do the mannequin asset pack, Lyra starter, military mercenary bandit.
Okay, welcome back. So we're going to scroll on down in our library tab to where we have the stylized character and click add to project. Then I'm going to look for my project, which is called Obstacle Assault.
What is my project called? Unreal Learning Kit 2. Okay.
And select that one, and now it says there's no compatible version for 5.0, so we're going to use the nearest version. In my case, I'm going to use the 5.0 early access, but you may well have a compatible version and not need to do this, so you go ahead and add to the project. And once that's done, we can head over into the editor, look at our content drawer, and see that there's a new folder at the root of content called SC.
Okay, so this is Unreal Learning Kit 2. No, why the can't I just understand what? Whatever, I'm not adding it.
okay, casual 1. We can click into there, you see there's a blueprints folder, I can click into that, and there's a third person character, and I can drag him into the scene. Now you'll notice this third person character doesn't look like the one in all of the pictures, he looks notably more like the mannequin, and that's because the default mesh
Where'd get my... Did I delete? Oh shit. There we go. My goodness. There's a lot in here. Oh, there we go. We're gonna delete this character.
on this third person character is the mannequin mesh, but we're going to swap that out for a different one, and that's going to be the subject of the next video. So I will see you there.
Alright, mesh is in here, but
hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how we can control our own character, how we can customize the mesh, and fix a bug in the camera movement. Let's dive in and see how this is done. So let's look at customizing this character away from this boring default mannequin. Now, you might be tempted to go ahead and just customize the character here in the scene, but I would recommend that you don't do that. Instead, that we create a blueprint child class off of this third-person character. And the way we can do that is by going over into the details pane and selecting the blueprint button and clicking the create child blueprint class. So that allows us to add our...
Yo, chill. Alright, where the am I? My dude.
own modifications on top of the character class that we've already brought in. So I'm going to call mine the BP underscore third person character, and I'm going to put this at the root of our content folder. So I'll click on the path and select content and then click OK. And then we're going to go ahead and click select, and that will open up our BP third person character and allow us to modify it. Now, one thing you will notice if you go ahead and play in the main level is that it doesn't actually start using our character. It spawns in its own character here, and that's because we've got a player start. Let's go ahead and delete that player start. But even if we do that...
Yo, chill.
Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and click select, and that will open up our BP.
Fuck you. What did I miss?
Third person character and allow us to modify it. Now, one thing you will notice if you go ahead and play in the main level is that it doesn't actually start using
I'm flying. How do I go up and down? Maintain. Oh shit.
our character, it spawns in its own character here, and that's because we've got a player start. Let's go ahead and delete that player. start. But even if we do that, it's not enough to make us use the character we brought into the level. To do that, we have to signal to the engine that's the character we want to use for our player 0. So if we go over to the blueprint for a second here, we're going to go into the details pane and search for auto possess player. And here it's currently set to disabled. I want to select player 0, and that tells the engine that this character should be possessed automatically, should be controlled automatically by player 0. So let's go ahead and save that, go ahead and play in the main level. And now you can see that I have got the character. His arm looks a little bit funky there because we're using the wrong mesh, and I can't move left and right with my mouse. So let's sort out the left and right thing first. Now, the reason for this is that our inputs are slightly...
That didn't work. Third person character. Oh shit. What are you? What the lick?
Different to this character than those required or assumed by the starter kit. So what we need to do is edit the casual character's blueprint. So we're going to go into the content folder, the casual character folder, the blueprints, then we're going to open the third person character. So this is a different blueprint to the BP third person that we've created off the back of it. And you'll notice in here that there are a couple of compiler errors, and you can click on the little looking glass or the little symbol next to the looking glass to find where these are. You can see that they're related to the turn rate axis event, which is basically how our turning has been set up. Now, we don't need to go into too much detail about what this is. You can see it's an event. It happens whenever you try and turn the mouse or you turn a controller, and it is currently set up to something that is not configured for our project. So what we need to do is right-click in an empty space and search for turn. And you will find that there are some events here. There is an axis event called turn right. Rate and turn right. We need the turn right rate at the top here to replace this current event. And then we can move the pins that it's connected to by clicking Control and dragging it onto the new pins to connect up to the new event. Then we can delete the event that has a warning attached to it, move the old one in place. And then there's one more warning for one called turn. We can right-click in empty space again, search for turn, find the event called turn right, which we're going to replace it with. Control-click on the pins to move them over to the new event. Delete the old, and move it into place. So that's just updated this blueprint so that it works with the control scheme configured in the project. And if we go ahead and hit play now, you will notice that we can rotate the camera around and move as we would expect. So I'd like to challenge you to customize your character. You're going to do this by editing your BP third person characters. That's this one here, and particularly the mesh component in the components pane. You're going to select that, and you're going to be using the details pane over here to select a skeletal mesh of your choosing. So go ahead and change the mesh to something that you prefer. Try out the different ones and see which one you want to use. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So with this skeletal mesh property available, which again, we go to the mesh in components, then to the details pane, down to the mesh section, and there's a property called skeletal mesh. And then what you want to do is click the drop down and have a little scroll through here to have a look at what meshes are available. Now, some of them come from the starter kit and some of them come from...
Wait.
Okay, welcome back. So with this skeletal mesh property available, which again, we go to the mesh in components, then to the details pane, down to the mesh section, and there's a property called skeletal mesh. And then what you want to do is click the drop down and have a little scroll through here to have a look at what meshes are available. Now, some of them come from the starter kit, and some of them come from the character that we have brought in. So I can select, there are a couple of pre-made, fully formed characters in here. One is just in his underwear, and then there's some with different clothing on. I'm going to select number 3, and you can see here it comes in with some pretty cool looking sunglasses, and we can go into our level and see that that character has indeed been updated over here too. So if I go ahead and play, I can now play as this character. His run animations work correctly, his jump animations work just fine, and the camera movement works as well. Fantastic. Let's dive on to the next lecture.
Let's dive on to the next lecture.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about compilers and editors, figuring out what they are and why we need them when we want to write C++. So let's start off with a few glossary definitions, and we'll see how they fit into the wider ecosystem. First of all, source code. This is crucial to understanding why we need a compiler in the first place. Source code is the code we write. It's usually text. It's a human-readable form of code, such as C++, but sometimes you could think of source code as being blueprints as well. They're human-readable ways of describing what you'd like your game to do, what you'd like the computer to do. And crucially, it's the human-readable part because it's not meant for a machine to be able to execute this, to be able to make it run. That is the role of binary executable. It is usually binary code, ones and zeros, and it is intended for a machine to be able to quickly read it and execute it on your CPU and on your GPU, and so it is machine-readable code. So between these two, there is a gap, and we need to fix that gap so that we can convert our human-readable code into machine-readable code, and that is the role of this so-called compiler. It translates from the human-readable C++ or blueprints, as we've seen before. We've come across blueprint compile errors and stuff like that. So it translates from the human to the machine domains and creates those .exe files or those binary files on whatever platform you're on. And obviously there's a lot of complexity involved in what a compiler does, and we'll learn more about some of the more intricate parts of it later down the line, but for now it's enough to know that it is a piece of software that converts from source code to binary code. And then there's another piece of software in the mix called a source code editor, which simply is there to make your life easier when writing human-readable code like C++. It just gives us things like autocomplete and highlights any errors that we may have typed automatically, a bit like a spell checker. So it can make our life a lot easier when dealing with source code. So let's see how this all fits together in the Unreal ecosystem. So we've been dealing up till now with the editor. The editor is a piece of software, and it is one that has already been compiled for us, and we already have the executable for that editor when we went and installed it. So we can open up the editor. The editor allows us to modify and create our game project using various game assets. These include things like the meshes that we brought into our project. They include all the blueprint assets and blueprint code in there. And what this allows us to do is, using these game assets that we've created in an editor, we can then run the game in a separate standalone executable where it just plays the game and nothing else. However, the picture changes a little bit if we want to start using C++. C++ is the bedrock of the editor, and as such, if we're changing the C++ in the editor, we essentially need to rebuild the editor's binary executable. So if we have our source code over here, we know that it looks a little bit like this. We've got some text, basically it's what makes up our source code, and we edit this source code again, using a separate piece of software called a source code editor. Previously, Blueprint, we've been editing it all within the Unreal editor because it is tightly integrated with the software. However, when we're dealing with C++, we're using third-party software to edit the code. Now, the one we're going to be using in this course is called Visual Studio Code because it is cross-platform, works on Mac, Linux, and Windows just perfectly, and it's also very lightweight. But like I said, there's this gap between the source code we've written and turning it into the binary executable required for running the game in the editor and in the actual final game product. And that bit is the compiler. The compiler will take our source code, it will take the libraries and functionality already built into Unreal that we use in our source code, it will compile these together, turn them into binary, and output either an editor that we can open up and edit our game assets, or it will output a game which will take our game assets and allow the player just to play our game. Now, there are two choices of compiler depending on which platform you're on. If you're on Windows, we're going to be using Visual Studio, so don't get these two confused. They have very similar logos and very similar names. One is Visual Studio, which is the compiler, and then there's one that is just the source code editor, and that one's called Visual Studio Code. Now, if you're on a Mac, you instead are going to be using Xcode, which is the compiler over on the Mac. To keep things cross-platform, to keep things the same for everybody, we're going to be using Visual Studio Code to actually edit the code, even though these compilers have source code editing capabilities built in, but we'll be using these compilers to actually take the source code and turn it into binary executable. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. Hopefully you're a little bit clearer on why we need a compiler, why we need the source code editor. In the next few lectures, we're going to go through the process of installing those. I'll see you there.
See you there.
See, I've got a recently used task in here, but you will not have a recently used task. You'll need to scroll on.
Alright, we're compiling.
Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to be creating our first C++ class and recompiling the editor from Visual Studio Code. So at the end of the day, you will have a C++ class that you can locate in your content drawer and a Visual Studio Code project that you can open and compile. Let's dive in and see how. So now that we have all of our tooling in place, it's time to start creating some C++ classes. Now, before we do that, we need to switch our default editor so that we can use Visual Studio Code by default. Now, the place to do this is in the editor preferences rather than in the project preferences, so it is a global setting across your entire editor. So we go to the Edit menu, down to Editor Preferences, that pops up this tab here, and then we're going to look in the left-hand pane at General, and then Source Code, and under there, there's basically one option, which is our Source Code Editor. Now, on a PC, this will default to Visual Studio 2022. On a Mac, it will default to Xcode. We want to go ahead and change this setting so that we're all on the same page and using Visual Studio Code. When you do that, a little pop-up shows up saying, hey, this setting requires that you restart the editor. So let's go ahead and restart it now. And I do encourage you to go ahead and do this and follow along with me and restart the editor while you're watching the rest of the next steps. So now we don't need our Editor Preferences tab, so we can close that down. Steps. So now we don't need our Editor Preferences tab, so we can close that down. What we want to do is create our first class. Now, the class we're going to create is going to be for a moving platform that we're going to program in C++. So the place that we go to create a new C++ class is to the Tools menu and then New C++ Class here. So we click on that, brings up a new class wizard, and this is going to automatically create some of the code for us to get us started. Now, we want to create an actor because we're going to be placing this in the world as a moving platform. There's a few different options we could have theoretically, but for simplicity's sake, we're going to start off with creating an actor. Then we can click on the Next button, and we want to give our actor a name. So my actor is a really rubbish name for this. We are going to be calling it Moving Platform, and I'm going to type it like this, with a capital M, moving, and then a capital P for platform. And that's because there's no spaces allowed in the names of classes in C++. This simply allows us to easily pick out the different words by using a capital letter to start each word. So you can easily see that it's moving platforms and not anything else. Then we can leave it in the default location. We can leave everything else as a default and just click Create Class. This is going to go through the process of generating all of the code and setup we need for C++, because up till now this project has simply been a blueprint-only project, but now it's gone ahead and added all the things it needs to be a C++.
Oh boy. Project now includes sources.
And Blueprint project. you can see that there's this message will pop up that says, your project now includes sources. Please close the editor and build from your IDE. What is an IDE? Well, IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment, and for all intents and purposes, that just means our source code editor. So what it means is we want to open up the C++ in Visual Studio Code. So we click OK to that, and then the next thing that pops up here is it's saying successfully added, moving platforms, but you must recompile. Would you like to open the code editor now? Well, you should say yes, but I'm just going to show you what happens if you accidentally close this message down by mistake. So we're just going to say no. It leaves us here in the editor. And you'll notice if you go to your content browser, it hasn't added any C++ in here yet, and we'll see what that looks like in just a second. But what you can do if you forgot or didn't open the editor at that point is you can go back to your Tools menu and click here. There is an Open Visual Studio Code option. Now, it's important to note that in recent versions, we also have to click the Refresh Visual Studio Code project every time we add a new class. This doesn't happen automatically for us at the moment, and then you can go on to click the Open Visual Studio Code project button after that. And if you didn't have this option here either, or you had to close the editor or whatever, you can also go to your project in Windows Explorer or Finder, and you can find the .code workspace file. That is the one that you can open, and that will go ahead and open with Visual Studio Code, or you may need to choose to open it in Visual Studio Code, and then this is what you'll end up with. You can see we have got, by default, this terminal will not be open for you, so let's just close that down. And what you will see is there will be two tabs available here, potentially two tabs. They may not be open for you, but you'll have a Explorer on the left showing you all the files in your project. You'll have maybe some code open in the center. It doesn't matter at this stage. We will get to understanding Visual Studio Code a lot more later on. The main thing we want to use it for right now is to recompile our editor binary. So to do that, let's first close down our editor. It doesn't actually have to be closed to do this, but we might as well close it now. And then we need to go to the terminal menu up at the top for Visual Studio Code, then go down to Run Build Task, and you can see that there is an associated shortcut which we'll be using later on. So make note of what this is on your platform. For me, it's Control-Shift-B. I'm going to click that option, and then what you want to do, you can see I've got a recently used task in here, but you will not have a recently used task. You'll need to scroll on down to find that task, which for me isn't in the options, but the important thing to look for is that it says editor, so we've got Obstacle Assault editor, then development over here, and then build. So we want editor, development, build. Let's go ahead and select the option that matches that for you. The platforms may be different. You can
just realizing that save to OneDrive, which might feel that shit. Feel that shit. Feel it. Succeeded. one skipped. Alright, wait, so it's built? What did this guy do?
Do this, but we might as well close it now. And then we need to go to the terminal menu up at the top for Visual Studio Code, then go down to Run Build Task, and you can see that there is an associated shortcut which we'll be using later on. So make note of what this is on your platform. For me, it's Control-Shift-B. I'm going to click that option. And then what you want to do, you can see I've got a recently used task in here, but you will not have a recently used task. You'll need to scroll on down to find that task, which for me isn't in the options, but the important thing to look for is that it says editor. So we've got Obstacle Assault editor, then development over here, and then build. So we want editor, development, build. Let's go ahead and select the option that matches that for you. The platforms may be different. You can see that there is an iOS platform here. There is a Win64 platform. There'll probably be Mac platform if you're on a Mac. You're obviously going to go for the platform that you're on. I'm on Win64, Windows 64, so that's the one I'm going for. So go ahead and click that. And what it will do is we'll open a little window down here at the bottom called Terminal, and it'll have a bunch of text scrolling by, which is the process of compiling this newly added C++ into binary that can be run in our editor. So this is a reasonably longer process, so I would like you to go ahead and get started compiling your own C++. So create a new moving platform C++ actor in the editor. Remember to switch over from Visual Studio or Xcode to Visual Studio Code in the editor preferences. Open up Visual Studio Code. I've shown you a number of ways that you can open up the Visual Studio Code project. Then compile the editor, again using that run build task, and have a look at the terminal. And when that's finished, you're going to relaunch the project. How do you know that it's finished? Well, at the end, it will say terminal will be reused by tasks. Press any key to close it. It also shows you the total.
Terminal will be used. Do that shit. Do that shit. Do it.
Execution time for the build process. So that's how you know it will be finished. So pause the video and get to that point.
Do I need to do
Okay, welcome back. So you can go ahead and relaunch the editor at this point. You can either do it from Epic Games Launcher or by double-clicking on the U project in your project folder. And when the project has opened up, you can go to the content drawer, and now you'll see that next to your content folder in the left-hand pane, you now have a C++ classes folder. If you click into that and go into the Obstacle Assault folder, you can see our moving platform class. So this being an
Alright, I'm doing it.
Actor can just be dragged right into our level. Now, at the moment, the actor is completely empty, so it doesn't even have a position and location. So by default, you'll see the gizmo in the viewport being at the center of the map at 0, 0, 0. This is fine for now, and we'll correct this later on. So go ahead and do that, check that everything's working like that, and save your map, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be adding variables to our moving platform actor so that we can see them in the editor. We're going to be doing this entirely in C++. Let's dive in. So the first concept that we're going to be learning in C++ is how to create variables. We've seen them before in Blueprint. We know that they're like boxes that we can put values into and that they have types. Well, all of that still applies over in C++, except how we create them. So previously, when we did this in Blueprint, if I go and open up a level Blueprint just to show you and refresh your memory, then we had this My Blueprint pane, and that was where we added things like functions and variables and so on. And then we had the event graph where we actually program stuff in. Now, C++ is very similar. We have two different locations for doing the configuration of our variables and functions, and then when we actually do the implementation. So let's go over to Visual Studio Code and open up the Visual Studio Code project and have a look. In the left-hand bar, there is an Explorer tab. Go and open that up, and you can see basically a hierarchical map of your files. So we've got at the top level UE5 and Obstacle Assault, or our own project here. You can open that up, and you can see some of the folders here. The one we're interested in is the source folder, which is where we can find all of our C++. Then in there is the Obstacle Assault folder, and then there's two files with the name of moving platform. One is a .h file, and one is a .cpp. The .h stands for header, and CPP, it stands for C++. So this is essentially a bit like having a My Blueprints, where you can add in the functions and variables and stuff, and that resides in the header file, the .h file. And then we have the .cpp, where we can actually, essentially like the event graph, we can actually do the coding itself. So we're going to open up the moving platform.h because we want to add in a new variable. And you'll notice that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We're not going to go into the details of this, but what is most interesting is that it is defining what it means to be a moving platform class. You can see a couple of keywords here that are interesting. There's a class keyword on line 10. There is the moving platforms, which is prefixed with an A, meaning that it's an actor. And then there are some curly braces on line 11 and 26. And between these matched curly braces, you can see there is the declaration of a few things. There are functions in here, and this is where we can also put our variables. So we're going to add our variables to the end of this declaration. So just before we close that curly brace, we can add some new lines and start writing our new variables in here. And just like in a variable in Blueprint, we have a type and we have a variable name, and we can also give it a default value. So the first thing is we want to maybe create an integer. And in C++, in Unreal C++, an integer is denoted with the keyword int32, basically telling us how big a value we can store in here. And no, it's not 32, it's much, much larger than that. 32 is the number of bits allocated to the integer. Now we've got to go for a variable name. And just like the classes, we cannot have spaces in our variable names. So instead, we use capital letters to denote our words. So I'm going to call it my int. Notice I'm capitalizing both of the beginnings of those words. Then I can give it a default value, and we do this with an equal sign. So we have equals, and then we can give it a value, such as 99, for example. Now, notice that I'm putting spaces after my and before my equal sign. That's not actually strictly necessary, but it does make it easier and nicer to read, so I include that. You do obviously need a space between the int32 and the actual name of the integer. Without that, things don't work. Okay. And then to finish off this declaration, you need to put a semicolon on the end of the line to tell C++ that you are done. The fact that there is new lines and that there are spaces and tabs, all of this doesn't actually matter to C++. You could run all of this stuff together, and this would still be the same. I could take out the spaces here. That would still work just fine. As far as C++ is concerned, this is all perfectly valid C++. It's just really awful to read. So what we do is we keep this level of indentation with a tab, and we keep this level of spacing as well, just for our sanity. Now, this isn't currently visible over in the Blueprint editor. To make it visible, we need to give a little bit of a heads up to Unreal that there is a variable it should display. The way we do this is on the preceding line, we type uProperty, all caps, then open parentheses, and then using our what's called camel case, basically where we capitalize the first letter of each word, we type edit anywhere, like so, and then we close the parentheses. No need for a semicolon at the end of this line. That's not correct, because it's actually part of the same declaration as the integer down on the line below it. But we put them on separate lines just to make our life easier for reading this. So we've got uProperty, edit anywhere, int32, my int, and then equal sign, and then 99. And it's important that you save your files here. By default, you need to hit Control S to do this. If you go to the file menu, you can hit autosave here as an option so that you don't have to hit save every time you change things. Now that's what I do. So with that done, we could go ahead and close the editor, recompile and reopen it, and we would have our new variable on our moving platform actor. But that's a bit of a pain if we had to close the editor every time we made a code change. So there is a feature in Unreal called live coding. I'm just going to go and close down the level Blueprint and show you that there is a button down in the bottom right which looks like a set of cubes dissolving off into the distance. If you hover over it, it says recompiles and reload C++ code for games on the fly. Click that button and a terminal will show up with a log of messages that are the results of compiling your code. Now, this will run a lot faster than it previously did because it's not the first time it's running. And when it's complete, it's going to give you a notification saying that live coding succeeded. Now, it's important that if live coding didn't succeed, that you copy the results of the log that come before the error and post those in the Q&A if you need to ask for help. But also, just double check and make sure that your syntax matches what I've typed on screen. Oftentimes, we'll find that it's simply a typo that people have made and it doesn't compile because of that. Pay close attention to your capitalization, as capitalization is often very important, and also your semicolons. People often forget to include those. So now I'd like to challenge you to add your own variable on a new line in that header file. So make it a float or bool type and give it a different name. Variables cannot share the same name. They have to be different. Give it a default value. So if it's a float, the default value needs to be of the format something, point something, something. If it's a Boolean, it needs to be either true or false or lowercase. Recompile using live coding and then see if you get any errors. And if you do, come back and see how I do it to double check that you've written it the right way. Pause the video and have a go.
Pause the video and have a go. Delaying one process from spawning due to memory pressure. Alright, we're gonna just put this in the old Google. Let's ask chat. System settings. Performance. uncheck automatically manage paging file. Okay, so we need to free up some space. We'll free up some space. How about that? How about I uninstall World of Warcraft? Should do it. Oh, right there. Uninstall. Right, 15 gigabytes. What is being used in other? $10 gigs and see. is taking some time. All right, so what I think is happening is I'm streaming and recording to this one file that is technically saved on OneDrive, but it's being saved locally as well. And I just freed up some space, so it's trying to free it up as it's saving. So I think I'm gonna stop for now, come back to this, and try it again. So I will be back.